you go. Part 6. With another playthrough in the best game of all time. Thinking about mirroring my camera view. It's better. I don't know. Let's see if this works. Oh, looks better. So last time we picked up the Eclipse Crestita shield on top of that runes. And we have, and again, golden tarnished sunflowers. 3 of them. This time I'm not sure. Or they are placed right here. They're either related as an allusion to the ruins from Farm Azula, or maybe to the Walking Mausoleum. I wonder if these ruins are kind of special. Pretty big one. But I don't know. dragonfly head. I see dragonfly heads as a reference to the Elden Beast. Because of the inspiration through the original insect, which I think served as inspiration. And the Astals also have some insect-like appearance.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Ambush shard. The ambush shard might be a reference to America, somewhat assassinating Radagon from within, or from behind, in a metaphorical way. Not sure about that though. But it seems to be some kind of theme recurring at some spots. The mausoleum prowls. Hey, Nox. Nice to see you. Whoa. Oh, I don't have anything to heal me, or to cleanse the poison. I mean. Oh shit. Oh, Fur-coiling finger remedy. Enjoying the poison swamp like Misaki intended, right? Yeah. I'll try that. Come on, no. Okay. We had a big red over here. Looking at the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 8. It contains poison grease. Nothing really special though. I mean, it fits just natural in this cave because of the poisons theme. Items that seems more like out of place are always more interesting. But we have 3 Miranda sprouts. Together with another Terria leaf. It's such a pity that they removed the lore about Miranda from the final version of the game. Yeah, it wouldn't have been much though. Whoop. Hmm. 6 poison bone darts. I'm not sure if I... if I survive this one. Oh shit. And finish a move. Miranda Blossom. Maybe the interesting item is the symbol on the Viridian talisman. I read a theory that Miranda was the aspect of the Crucible, and that's where the grafting came from. The beauty of the Elden Ring community at its finest. I have something else in mind regarding the Crucible, to be honest. Though the light attacks are really interesting, that's true. I was always wondering if maybe the light attack is supposed to hint at connections between unalloyed gold or unalloyed light and flowers or some sort of. Because the light that Miranda flowers are producing is not golden. It's like natural white light. Maybe it's supposed to represent unalloyed gold. But the way they attack is practically the same. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're supposed to make out of this. Is it supposed to be an ambush? I don't know. It didn't feel like an ambush right now. Just two of them? I was just wondering if the misbegotten are like programmed that they are gonna attack when you pick up the item, but that didn't feel like did not seem that this is the case. I mean, what do you make of Tarnish being every race under the sun, judging by the character creation menu? Even humans and dragon people can be tarnished. Doesn't it seem weird? I mean, in the case of us, it's possible that we are like from any race. But is it the case for others as well? Most of the other Tarnish seem pretty normal. But I don't know if we can even identify the races of others. Or I don't know. Maybe Tarnish is it seems a bit paradox because for one, people assume that Tarnished are descendants of Godfrey in some way. But then again, different races doesn't really make sense. So right now I lean towards the idea that it's just us who can appear in different races. And in our case, it could be explained through us being some sort of silver tier, who's just mimicking another race. But this way, it would make more sense, at least. So it's an interesting spot because we got a trap over here, and a lot of not only two things. This spectral candle tree out there is related to those chests over here, because these chests only appear in caves or areas where one of those spectral candle trees are, and to which they ultimately lead. And the second interesting thing going on here is a trap and pickled turtleneck, because pickled turtlenecks seem to often appear near traps. And we got 3 of them again, as a sign of bad omen. That's also why we're the only one who can change their appearance at will simply by gazing into a mirror. Probably, yeah. I mean, I think it would explain a lot. And we are some sort of silver being. At least, I mean, when we are being reborn through a lava tier, it's yeah, almost not deniable that we are not an ordinary human. Even our resurrection hints at that we are not, that there are things going on that are not yeah, not natural. Are these doing anything interesting? Not really. Every time Gideon says that a man cannot become a god, I'm like, buddy, if you only knew. Yeah, that line definitely sounds like it is inspired by the Lord of the Rings dialogue line, where it's about a man cannot kill. No man can kill me, or what is the Nazgul saying? And it's almost like perfectly, like a perfect line for a double meaning that Miyazaki or From Soft would include. Yeah, no man can kill me. I am no man. Whee! Glowstone. Kukri. Hey Blade. The silver husk, or one of the silver tier items, mentions that the silver tier could one day become a lord. Yeah, that's another thing that seems to be an allusion towards this, right? Though you could consider it being either a reference to Radagon or to us, or even maybe to both of us. Not sure. But I would say it's definitely an allusion towards us, or at least Radagon. It sounds so suspicious. Is it pronounced suspicious or suspicious? Yeah, I'm always confused regarding some pronunciations. Suspicious? Suspicious. Yeah, okay, alright. Okay, one of the worst enemies. Sus. Let's make some use out of those. Quickly. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Shit. I fucked up. No! No! Oh. Didn't kill me. Come on. I fucking hate this fight. Whew. Did he get me? No. Come on. This one charge is just too... Oh, I was wondering when he's staggered. Come on. Ah, got him. They carry Daddy Beer's ass. Yeah. I think the no man can kill me thing came from Macbeth, who's told early on in the play that he can never be slain by any man born of a woman. Is that true? Is that something that is contained within Macbeth? Because the whole whetstone metaphor that I've mentioned in my videos seems to... It's just a metaphor that is also used in Macbeth, but I haven't found any other popular popular literature in that the whetstone metaphor was used. So it's just interesting to see that maybe even two illusions came from Macbeth. Maybe Macbeth played in some sort of bigger role as inspiration. Because I was interested in where this whetstone metaphor appeared, and the most popular literature that I found was Macbeth. Let me see if I can pick that one out. Macbeth, Whetstone. I don't know if this appears more often in a Macbeth, but if you Google it, this is one line where in Macbeth it's some kind of whetstone metaphor is used. This one here. The prophecy fuels the protagonist's greed until the final act when he's fighting Macduff, who tells him, "I was from my mother's womb, untimely ripped." I don't know much about Macbeth, to be honest. The important thing is just that he's using the whetstone in a metaphorical way, where it's about having some kind of where it's about influence or inspiration. In Macbeth, it seems to be more used in a more positive way, whereas it is representing inspiration, wherein in Eldring the whetstone metaphor is more used in the way of manipulation and influencing. But in the end it's about having some kind of influence. Yeah. Sharpening the mind of others. This spot is also sus. We get a huge field with pink flowers. As Macbeth is in the middle of the fight with Macduff, he breaks about how he can't lose due to the prophecy. I think I might have to read Macbeth. I don't know. Always good to read some classics, I think. Oh, come on. So many demi-humans. Okay, never mind. Let's go. So many. Now I'm wondering how many other Shakespeare plays may have something of relevance for us. Ah, true. A gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace. It cannot be wielded. It can be wielded even by those of low intelligence. It's needed by fools in the academy. What does sneered mean? Ah, okay. Derisive doesn't really make it better. but I just looked it up. I understand now what sneered means. Yeah. Someone with their upper lip curled back to reveal their teeth. I'm almost done here, I think. It's just... Shield of the Guilty. Shield made to venerate the maiden whose eyes were crushed by briars of sin before being reborn in these lands. Venerating the repose of the soul, the shield builds focus. Briars can be used to attack foes. I think this is supposed to depict Renna, or the real America, who was probably killed by Radagon. In my opinion. And were later divested again, and thus being reborn. Or reborn together with Radagon maybe. And the colors is also interesting. Gold, silver and turquoise. Should read in the original Klingon. What does it mean? Is that a book or is that some kind of language? Oh, the Klingons. Okay, Klingon in German, yeah. I know, but how are they connected to Shakespeare? Or why should I read Shakespeare in Klingon? Klingon. What? Oh shit. Exalted flesh in a chest. And the rune with seeing the Earth Tree over there nearby. One of the movies has a Klingon general who Captain Kirk meets with to discuss diplomacy or whatever. Because Kirk's an asshole, he's just like talking about how great humans are. And he uses Shakespeare as an example. Oh. Oh, oopsie. Oh no, come on. The way it was originally written. So Shakespeare is has been a Klingon. In the Star Trek universe, I mean. There's an interesting scene. Misbegotten wearing red. It's interesting that the Misbegotten are using Stormhawk feathers, by the way. And Stormhawk arrows, or what they are called. Soft cotton. That's an interesting item. It seems to be, I don't know. I thought about the idea that it might be a reference to an assassination or some sort of. Because, if you must court danger, at the very least treat lightly. Or it might be a reference to Godfrey hiding, maybe. Could also be. Even the Ataria leaves on which the Misbegotten were hitting, at which they were hitting, might be a Godfrey reference, maybe. And this soft cotton maybe as a reference that he were able to escape in silence. Maybe. I mean, the rusted anchor that we're getting here fits the whole theme. Come at me, bro. Alright, can I not backstab him? Oh, I can. Scaly Misbegotten. Oh. Scaly Misbegotten. It fits the whole theme with the scale armor and also the scaled armor of Istvan, which, in my opinion, are all referencing the same event. I've never noticed before how their fur feathers look beyond like a general gray, brown, but lately I'm paying attention to the colors of everything. Yeah. Is there any kind of overarching thematic pattern in terms of like different kinds of dungeons, caves, catacombs, etc., and the stories that they tell with enemy item placement and so on? Yeah, I definitely think so. At least I think I can recognize some patterns regarding the catacombs. I was also thinking that maybe similar things are going on with the caves or tunnels or so, but there's nothing that I have noticed so far. I just think that the catacombs are somewhat like a thematic puzzle in which each catacomb is designed around one theme, and they somewhat tell a story, or can be ordered in a way where it tells a story. Every run is a Godwyn run, yes. But only if you know. If you know, you know. Only for those who remember. I think it's the perfect immersion, because those who don't believe in the real Godwyn theory, they just don't do it because they can't remember. It's a bit it's like you know, the point of view of the player who is supposed to figuring this out makes sense in every way if you believe in it or not. It's especially somewhat a philosophical topic, because who are you if you are being resurrected or reborn but without memories of your past self? You are somewhat you are somehow the same, containing the same soul, but you are also a different person because you are reborn without memories. So memory of grace, yeah. I think we are done in Weaving Peninsula. No, this area. And the Tombsword Catacombs are missing. Let's go with the Tombsword Catacombs next. There are also some interesting things going on in the Tombsword Catacombs. Catacombs, and this one has a room with 4 chairs. Yeah, the rusted anchor is definitely Godfrey coded. I mean, it even speaks directly from about him. So we can consider that even the face on it is referencing Godfrey. It makes the most sense. Why would they depict? Why would they design a completely random old bearded man on it when it's not about Godfrey? When at the same time the rusted anchor is speaking about Godfrey, it doesn't make sense. I was speaking about in the latest Godfrey chapter. Like the 4 flukes they are deliberately mentioned there. I don't think it would be necessary to mention that they are 4 flukes. Usually it's completely unnecessary, but I think they mentioned that because they are supposed to be a sign of great luck. And the one boat that was left behind is like Horalu surviving instead of Godfrey, you know. He divested himself of kingship again, of his behavior as a lord. Yeah, and the face at the end fits the whole story. Okay, Tombsword Catacombs. I said that I think those that these catacombs are designed with a theme in mind. And in this case, the Tombstone Catacomb seems to be the survival and, or at least the about the resurrection of Godwyn, about our resurrection. And the first room is pretty interesting. Because we have the statue of the hooded woman in here. Can you remember that I interpreted the Rancor call in Stormvale as a reference to our resurrection? This story, how I tell it, we are supposed to be like the Revenger of America, who she wants to resurrect, right? And the Rancor call in sorcery is mentioning the necromancer Garrus, who is rediscovering it, who seems to be a reference to Radagon figuring out what happened and the Night of the Black Knives. And I think there's a similar, this is some similar illusion here that we have. We have the hooded woman in the black hood. And it's the Nomadic Warriors Book 9 that contains the recipe for the Rancor pot, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's the Rancor pot. I haven't connected the Rancor call to the seal, to be honest. No. Yeah, it's the rope. The rope is red coated. The family hats seem to be a reference to those who died in the Night of the Black Knives. Yeah, and the Rancor call just mentions Garrus rediscovering this spell, and I think it's a reference to Radagon figuring out what happened at the Night of the Black Knives, where Marika tried to resurrect Godwyn as a Revenger who's supposed to fight him. And the whole theme of Rancor call of vengeful spirits makes sense in this from this perspective. And the Rancor pots are the same, fit in the same way. Rancors are like vengeful spirits, and we find the Rancor pot recipe in front of the statue of the woman in the black hood. In a catacomb that I think is designed around the theme of our resurrection. So it's again an allusion to the circumstances that Marika as the woman in the black hood, tried to resurrect us as a vengeful spirit or vengeful being. Other things that we find here are, let's see. Oh, this is interesting because I don't know if these appear anywhere else. I haven't examined these, but this acid right there at the under the roof. I don't know if these appear anywhere else. I have to ask a friend. Wait a second. I was thinking about these a while ago, but I forgot that I want to examine these. Because they remind me at those in from the intro cinematic. Okay, let's go. So is it the true America who's suspended and crucified in the earth tree, or is it merely Radagon's imposed America? How I imagine the whole concept of America is Radagon is the physical being. Radagon is the physical being that is and it's just the real America's soul that is contained within him. But it's getting a little bit confusing because Radagon is also able to shapeshift. Just take the concept of that I've used in regard to Godwyn, who probably took in 46's soul and thus gained his powers. So the same concept, I have applied the same concept to Radagon, who took in the soul of the real America. But then you have to add the ability to shapeshift to it, and this is what it makes a little bit confusing in the end. But what I tried was to figure out one concept that can be applied to almost all of the circumstances where we have souls and stuff. Yeah, soul stuff going on. Yeah, there were somewhat fused, but not equally. At least, I always want to point out that it's my interpretation, but I think human bone shard. Humans getting burned. There were also don't know. So this is the room with the 4 chairs and the prattling paid thank you. We have also 4 skellies. I don't know if that's important, but just interesting. Now that it's destroyed 2 chairs. Rattling paid thank you. I think it's supposed to be a reference to Godwyn being rescued, to which the death blood is growing though. Like the thorns in Stormville are growing towards the chip of anticipation. I think the whole Mikela stuff is a little bit complicated. And the whole god thing as well. I mean, what about the Fell God? Or the God of Rod? I don't think... Yeah, whatever. What kind of room is this? There's nothing going on here. So empty. Uh-oh. Oh, dang. Yeah, and Lutel the Headless could also be maybe some of my viewers or Discord members mentioned that could be a America parallel actually. Because it's about a woman who sacrificed her life so that she could continue to protect the soulless demigod until their revival. It fits the story as I have laid out. Okay, it's not the only catacomb in which the asset appears, the stuff that hangs from the top. I mean, Lutel's story parallels Marcus pretty clearly. Their arcs are sort of mirrors of each other. Yeah, I think it fits pretty well. I not really noticed it before for some reason until someone pointed it out. Yeah, it's about trying to protect someone, right? And for this, she had to sacrifice herself. And it seems to mirror the event of the shattering.
Trade again.
Now I see that even the node fits. It's about demi-humans who are start to be afraid after realizing that their queen is dead. Considering demi-humans paralleling the tarnished, it would be about the tarnished being afraid and living in fear after realizing that her real queen is dead, maybe? It looks a little bit like a bed. So this one is important, I think, because it has the skill barricade shield on it, mentioning Sir Neidhart. And for those of you who are not speaking German, it seems like that it contains some kind of illusion, because Sir Neidhart, it definitely seems like a German name, but it contains the words knight and heart, which means like hardly jealous in German. It's just a combination of the words hard and jealous in German. And yeah, I think it's referencing some kind of events in the very, very distant past where Radagon seems to be somewhat jealous, or at least longing for the real America. But it seems like Godfrey was probably in between of those two. I'm not sure about the details. But there was some reference in Night Rain that seems to be referencing the same similar events, or which contain the similar themes. It was in the Wilder's Remembrance quest is a reference to a Persian romantic tale called Farad in Shireen. I pointed that out in chapter 12 and in the We Are Godwyn series. And it seems to be referencing the same circumstances in which you have a triangular romantic tragedy, and I think the name Sir Neidhart is referencing the jealous Radagon in a way. Yeah. And the whole turtle theme seems to be reference or symbolic for something that takes really long. In regard to God Radagon, it is his revenge that took really, really long. Because I think, yeah, I don't know if you guys can follow me, but I imagine it like this: in the era of the Sun Realm, or even before that, in a very, very distant past, Radagon was casted out from Godfrey's clan. Some other stuff happened, and Radagon never forgot this. Well, and after a really long time, finally got his revenge, killing Godfrey and his clan, like I interpreted this in Godfrey Never Left chapter 3. So, and yeah, this way the turtle shield, she seems to fit in the whole story. Even the name Sir Neidhart as a reference to Radagon. Like Hephaestus was cast out from Olympus, maybe? I'm just bullshitting, am I? I don't know. I don't know the story of Hephaestus. It's just what I think is paralleled by Bok. Bok was also casted out by his clan. And in the end, they, the clan, the demi-humans that casted Bok out were slain by, I mean, by us as well, but also by Istvan, someone with a scaled armor. Referencing the events in Castle Morn where Radagon finally got his revenge and slaughtered them as a scaled being. Okay, let's see. Maybe this is referencing the story of Radagon in a way. Radagon got resurrected. Connection to... Oh, bro. The signs looking interesting. Okay, let's see. Where are those beasts? One. See, this is what I mean when I say it would be so useful if we had a pattern for which kinds of stories are told where. I mean, that's the art of reading parallels and interpreting them. I think I'm doing this for oh my god, I don't know, like for 2 years now maybe. They might not always be perfect, but I just always try to interpret, and also having multiple interpretations in mind and considering which one might be the right one. And but I think it gets easier the more you know, the more it starts to click, I think. You know. And there's always one main story, one main plot of the main characters that I have in mind, and try to see if this is referenced anywhere, and always try to reconsider some story elements. But I think in the end, everything is about Radagon, Marika, and Godfrey, for the most part. It's like learning a new language, yeah, exactly. And I think that it also fits what Miyazaki told in an interview. Like interpreting signs that you don't know. It's really exactly this, I think. It's like figuring out signs and the language in that yeah. It's just From Software is playing charade with us, but they are using their own symbolism that we have to figure out. So, for example, the whole 3 and 4, the number of 3 and 4 stuff, for example, is something we have to always have in mind. But there are so many other symbolic meanings. I don't even know. I could even imagine that they were using them already in Dark Souls. Maybe they just have a really big repertoire really big repertoire on yeah, their own symbolism that they are using, or even metaphors. And that's why we have so many different kind of illusions, or yeah, contained in Elden Ring. So what else do we have here? Heyo. And I don't know why no one sees this, or I haven't seen anyone really discussing the resemblance between the Starcallers and the Golden Order totality gesture. The gesture of those Starcallers looking almost like the Golden Order totality gesture. Or pose. What? Oh, come on, come on, no, 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 no. Why I don't have the shield with me? No, come on. I wanted to parry him. Okay. I think I have even found one illusion that they were even using since Dark Souls 1. And it has something to do with the kite shields. They are using the kite shields in the same way like they did in Dark Souls since Dark Souls 1, because they are using kite shields as a reference to dragons. They use some kind of double meaning of the term kite that is supposed to reference dragons. and they want you to think of dragons. Yeah, like the Hellkite dragon. And I think they named it Hellkite dragon to point out the double meaning of kite. I think that's the whole reason why they named it Hellkite dragon. To make it clear that they are thinking of this double meaning. And what I realized a few months ago is that the kite shields inside Elden Ring and Dark Souls are not the real kite shields. So, and I think they did this on purpose, because once you figured out that the kite shields that they were naming kite shields are not real kite shields, then you can conclude that they named them like this because they are referring to dragons. It might be a bit complicated. I don't know if you get what I mean. Because they are incredibly accurate with names of weapons and their historical yeah, in general with the historical accuracy. Half of the weapons you see in Elden Ring and Dark Souls are like real weapons. With their real names. But the kite shields are some exception, because they named the kite shields, as it seems, intentionally wrong. So, these are the actual kite shields, the long ones. The long wooden ones. Yeah, maybe they have used this double meaning even since Demon's Souls. I don't know. And I think the problem in Elden Ring is they are using probably every single variation of references they have used before in Elden Ring, and because of that we have like so many vague, hidden allusions and references. I don't know how I figured this out. I think I just googled those shield types, and then I started to realize that these drop-shaped shields, these are the actual kite shields, but for some reason they decided to name these kite shields, and I think it's deliberately named like this because they want us to think of dragons when it comes to those kite shields. And I think there are some references where you have to look at all of the kite shields, and then they start to tell some sort of story. And in Dark Souls, for example, they had the Hellkite dragon, which had to was probably supposed to point this double meaning out. And in Elden Ring we have also something similar, but I don't have the talisman yet. The Dragon Crest shield talisman is depicting the type of shield they are that they are naming in here kite shield, but which are not kite shields. And they are obviously focused on these shields. They are using even the one they are calling kite shield are also those that they are using as the icon. And they even use this type of shield in the pretty often in the even in the tooltips, I think. Yeah, for example, the knight holding or shown in those informations is often depicted with the kite shield. Where is it? It's often the same. Is it the same? There we got the kite shield. Where is it? There it is. It's always the same. It's the same they are also using as the icon. So they are definitely... There's something going on with it. Especially because the one shield that is just called kite shield, nothing more. Yeah, it's pretty sus. Because it's, in the end, it's about the term kite. I just looked up archaic meanings of the word kite. Predator bird used as a metaphor in literature and mythology. Yeah. Oh, the description fits pretty well. Archaic meanings of the word kite. Ah, I forgot the stone sword key. Are they generally weak against lightning? Is this the case? Interesting. Could be also also fit to... Yeah, it's true. Interesting. If that's the case for all 4 of them, it would fit the whole pattern. Did you check like 8 kite shields from Demon Souls? Are they all weak to lightning? I mean, I think it's something that's probably there. It's probably a reference since, yeah, since Highfield or so. Maybe not all. Okay, I don't know. But I'm still convinced that they are using the term kite as a term for some sort of dragon. You know, we have the Drake talismans, right? These are just depicting heater shields, but there's the talismans, the Drake talisman that are boosting physical damage negation, are named differently, and they are depicting the kite shields that they name them, how they name it, and the talisman is called Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. So again, they are combining the dragon with the kite shield. Again, alluding to the double meaning. Because they like to fly kites together. Ouch. Oh, come on. This is one of the rooms that are just incredibly sus, because you I mean, think of the point. You have to imagine the point of view or the perspective of the developers, and you create this catacomb, and you know, this is the way you're supposed to go, but there's also this way, which is leading to an empty room. It's just empty. There's nothing in it. It's just an empty room. So why the fuck are they even creating this room? Why made them why did they my English took on the effort? Is this how you say it? Why did they took on the effort to create this room? And one of the things that I think are interesting are the chairs. This is one of the rooms that is coated with 4 chairs. To plant a single flower, yes, of course. I don't know. Probably about the roses statues. I don't know. It could also be that this road is symbolizing a dead end. Maybe it's about the metaphorical dead end. And roses, who leads the dead to the catacombs. But we have 4 chairs in here. Just saying. 4 chairs. Nothing in it. Is this the category unless in the video? The thing is, I haven't a full complete interpretation yet of the catacombs. I sketched some parts, or which I think but there's so many interesting things going on in the catacombs. This catacomb in particular, for example, has one really strange thing going on, and it's the following: the putrid corpses in here. It's the thing. This thing is only happening in this catacombs, and it's the putrid corpses who are respawning endlessly. There are 4 putrid corpses. And they are respawning endlessly, infinitely. They are starting to respawn and respawn and respawn. And it's really strange. And it's... And this item over here is the prattling paid, please help me. And I think it's... I just think it's supposed to be a reference to Godwyn, who is unable to die, probably. Godwyn fighting against death. And the reference, please help me. That's how I imagine it, at least. Or interpret this. And the putrid corpses, I mean, we got 4 of them here. There should be 4 at least. Where's the 4th? In the beginning there were 4. Oh, fuck me. No, no, no. Are they only 3 now? Oh, this is a trap as well, where 4 corpses spawning behind you, picking up the root raisin, with the number 3 as a bad omen. Oh fuck. Not sure if those are respawning endlessly as well. Let's try it out. Can you just not do this, please? Are they respawning here as well? It'd be interesting to know if they are only respawning near the prattling paid help me. Okay, yeah. They are only respawning right next to the prattling paid. Please help me. So many corpses. But you know, it's interesting that it fits so incredibly well with the putrid corpse ashes, who contains 4 putrid corpses as well, and which speaks of putrid corpses that are unable to die a true death. Fuck. I was always wondering if I spoke a lot about that demi-humans might represent the tarnished in the form of references and illusions. And here, the demi-human ashes are speaking of that the blood boils and that they become feral when the night falls. And it interestingly fits pretty well with the circumstances of the crucified martyrs that start to scream at night. Maybe there are some parallels or references going on. You know, maybe it should hint at the circumstances of those tarnished, probably crucified. Let me check something, because I want to know. No. Where do I get this? Okay. Never mind. But now we're done with Weeping Peninsula. I'm considering right now that the area over here, I said that the barricade shield, not the barricade shield, that the turtle shield, or what it's called, with the barricade, what was it? Barricade Bash? The Ash of War, referencing Sir Neidhart. That it might reference Radagon. It's also a reference to the kite shield, because the Ash of War of the turtle shield is depicting the kite shield. I think these are circumstances regarding Radagon. Maybe even the Aurelius Rise is related to the circumstances regarding Radagon. Starcaller, interesting resemblance to the Golden Order totality gesture. Maybe the Impaler Catacombs are also referencing Radagon as the one who impaled the Tarnished in here. I'm not sure about this, but something that I have in mind and still considering. So, but where are we heading next? Yes. Oh, let's do the Crucible Knight. Haven't fought him yet. Mesmer is clearly a Radagon parallel. Yes, of course. I think the DLC is in general, for the most part, about Radagon. I mean, Mesmer isn't. It's not. I mean, Mesmer is on the cover for a reason. It's about Mesmer, or it's about Radagon, if you want to consider him as a Radagon parallel. I'll be right back. Nature's calling. What do you mean by do we care about that even though it's DLC? No, it's a dream world. It's no real history, but that doesn't mean that it contains a lot of information. It's just information more in a symbolic way of, or in form of parallels, in my opinion. So the whole DLC, everything is mirroring the true story. It's just that you don't have to take everything literally, in my opinion. Because that's how they work. That's how they design everything, in my opinion. They design everything in form of parallels or references and allusions. They, when they want to reference or when they want to tell a story about a main character, they are just creating another character that parallels the story. And when this one parallel is not enough to tell the whole story, they just create another one, and you end up with a bunch of characters mirroring the true story. And I think that's the whole reason why it's so cryptic and why people always end up with a DLC they are not expecting. They expect to get answers in the DLC, but for some reason we are getting completely new. We get completely new characters, a new world, and new cultures and NPCs, and it seems like we are not getting answers, but that's not the case in my opinion. I think we are getting answers, but just in a form of parallels that are not that easy recognizable. What is Meteor a parallel to? Ah, that's a tricky one. I'm not that sure. Maybe a reference to the Elden Beast, maybe a parallel to the Elden Beast, or maybe to Radagon or America, something like. I'm not really sure about this one. I have not dived too deep in the DLC at some points, and to me, although there are references that seem to connect to the story that I have laid out so far, to me it seems that the DLC is thematically more about events of the very past. So I think they are trying to emphasize and reference events of the very past that are not that fleshed out in form of parallels and references in the base game. For example, while we have a lot of references and parallels regarding the Knight of the Black Knives, I think they have not a lot of references and parallels when it comes to events from the very past. When it comes to the events of Farm Azula, I mean, and I think that's what they are actually designed the DLC around. There are some interesting things going on, especially in Altos, on the bridge where Korn meets Goldmask, because I think the bridge where Korn meets Goldmask, it got so much. There's so much literary meaning to it, because it's referencing events from Farm Azula. I will discuss this or comment this when I'm at the point in this run. So, but now, let's try to slay this Crucible Knight. Fucking up the parries. Oh. I think the problem is I haven't upgraded my weapon even once yet. Come on. second phase. Let's go, boys. Oh, that was close. That was close. Should I still try to parry him? I think so. It's just when I miss the parry, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked. Oh, no. I'm sorry, I have to focus right now. I can take only 2 hits. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Got him. Whew. In ancient Greece, they would explicitly indicate the hero's transition from the real world to the world of a metaphor. Odysseus and his crew encounter a savage storm that blows them away, of course. In Elden Ring, this transition into the world of metaphors denoted by kneeling before the body of an Imperial slumbering in his egg and awakening in a land dominated by bedchamber curtains. Yeah, I mean, I think the canopy, or what's called, or the bedchamber curtains, or the baldachin, however you want to call it, is a clear sign that there's something going on with maybe a dream world. I mean, the whole world is under a bedchamber curtain, and I don't know if you remember that, but there's one really interesting line from the Haunts in Grandom. It's one of her last lines, and I think especially the first and the last lines of a character in their quest line have a high chance of containing a deep meaning. And one of her last lines, which seem pretty odd because they don't really connect to everything, is the Haunts in Grandom says something like, I don't know what the actual words were, but she says something like that she can't distinguish between a dream and the real world. Examine? Examine? Thank you, Cruel Pulse. The whole streaming and talking like spontaneous is speaking freely. I mean, is helping me a lot in in getting better. Like minimum, examine. Examine. Okay, so it's not examine, it's examine. When I looked up the pronunciation, they said something like examine. It's like they're emphasizing the a, right? An emphasis on the second syllable. Yeah, on the a. Examine. Examine. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Sometimes I think I'm getting lost in it seems like I just fell for a false pronunciation that I made in the past. But it's interesting that it seems like I got some good vocabulary of... I'm getting lost in the sauce, yeah. That's what some people would say in regard to my lore hunting. When it comes to lore hunting, okay. But thank you, Cruel Pulse, for giving me some kind of feedback, especially because it's a positive feedback. I don't mind. I really appreciate feedback and some recommendations regarding the right pronunciations. Because, yeah, you know, in the end, I just want to pronounce things in the right way. I'm not speaking more than 2 languages now. I was more one of those guys who you know, when I was in school, you would sort me in the category that is good in math, but not really that good in subjects about languages. And I was awful in French. I had like 4 years of French lessons, but I don't remember anything except some simple lines. So German is my mother tongue, and yeah, I just started to speak English because of because I wanted to produce the videos in English to make it accessible for a broader audience. So when you plan to go to the university, you have to learn at least 2 other languages. No, I was able to speak some English before producing the series, but producing the series um, like challenged me to getting better in speaking English. I even started to read a little bit of English. I bought me the Eternal Champion in English. It encouraged, yeah. It encouraged me to speak better. So don't hold back with feedback when it comes to pronunciations or yeah, whatever it is. I'm always glad for feedback. Thankful, grateful for feedback. Hughes and Henricus. Okay, I can't really parry him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The thrusting attack, the heavy attack animation is really working well on the claymore. What if this is actually the body of Marika Renner? Nah, I don't think so. You know, sometimes it seems that these talismans have just random weapons and NPCs depicted on them, but I think they're not random. For example, the X talisman, for example, might depict the Kaiden warrior and the Highland Axe, because I think the Long March mentioned began in the north and in the south. So I think that's what the depiction of the Kaiden warrior and axe might allude to. But when it comes to the hammer talisman, I'm still not sure why it's depicting it's a knight cavalry, right? I mean, it's called a knight in the description, but I'm just still not sure how it is connecting. But RJ, I thought you would be with me that it's not the real world, but more of a dream world. Especially because the idea of being teleported to a completely different world, where Mikela somehow got a different body, while his older body is still in Shiafa River. There's just too crazy stuff going on. Oh, because I think it's not Mikela's dream. It's actually Marika's dream, and it might even be because the real Mikela in Shofra River is somewhat dying. Because the thing is, it's called the Land of Shadow is called the center of the lands between, right? And so, but the important thing is, it's the location where the dead wash up and where the dead are suppressed. And in the end, when it comes to the lands between, this is inside the Earth Tree, inside the Elden Beast, where the souls wash up to and where the souls are suppressed. And Marika's soul is also inside of the Elden Beast, and yeah, you could I think the dream world, or what you want to call it, is yeah, just some kind of inner space inside the Elden Beast and then connected to Marika. Similar to the Round Table Hold. How Mikela's connected? I'm not sure. Maybe you could. There are different possibilities that I consider. Maybe it's because Mikela is in a state of dying, and that's why he might be connected to Marika's soul. You could also, and that's something that I find interesting, it could also be that it is Torrent, who's also dead. It could even be Torrent who brought Mikela's soul to Marika's dream world. Maybe that's why Mikela was depicted with Torrent. But yeah, it could also be that he's connected to the dream world because he's dying. Or it could also be because he was in contact with Marika before, you know? How I laid out this story, he was also in contact with Marika before, and even maybe he just has the abilities to do so. I mean he's related to abilities related to sleep. And as Centrina, he appeared in dreams of others. As Centrina, he already had the ability to appear in dreams. I mean... Hey, Jess. So there are different possibilities that I consider, but... Yeah, those are the ones I consider. I would never call myself the goat though. But I'm glad that you are convinced of that. What lore crafting is happening about Mikola? RJ asked some stuff. What I think about Mikola or how... Yeah, it was about the connection between Mikola and the Land of Shadows, and what they are, and where they are actually located, or how to interpret the bedchamber curtains. Golden Vow. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Fuck. Okay. I thought I might die there because of the height. I can't say I'm sold yet, but I think I'm a bit thinking about it. It just... RJ, it's just that I think there's more pointing towards it being a Dreamworld of America, because it's the Bedchamber curtains are the same of the Bedchamber of America, and the America parallel of the Haunts in Grandom speaks about not being able to distinguish between a dream and the reality. So these are my the points that I think are like crucial points. Oh, you're speaking about how he gets there. Yeah. But as I said, I'm not yet fully convinced of the different ideas as well yet. We are almost done in Limgrave. The only thing missing is the area here. And I said in a post that I might discuss the design of Limgrave. And I once said before that I think this area is heavily Godfrey coded, with Bernal and Alexander as Godfrey parallels. Then we have the Beast Crest Heater Shield. And a Broken Gladiator on the bridge with an idiom water under the bridge in regards to Radagon's Revenge. But the area after the bridge, from here on, it's incredibly poison coded. So everything that comes after the bridge seems to be more related to more Radagon coded, or is more referencing Radagon's perspective. I haven't mentioned that idea because it's really controversial, I think. But yeah, I think the whole DLC is more like a dream world, and in which once again we have to interpret everything in form of you have to interpret the symbolic meaning and the parallels, and not to take everything literal. That's what I think, but I know that it's really a controversial opinion, and it's also the reason why I haven't mentioned it yet. In which way do you see the lands between as one big dream? Where would the real Shadowlands be? Hey, fathers. A lot of people are joining right now. I don't think that the Shadowlands really existed. I think the whole Shadowlands is more a reference to circumstances regarding the lands between in the very distant past. When it was more about Farmer Zula and the realm of the dragons. We even have a painting called Domain of the Dragons in the DLC. Okay, so things from the bridge on along this road up until to the bridge is heavily Godfrey coded and is ending with a broken and completely mad gladiator, probably a reference to the circumstances how Godfrey ended up in Castle Morn, being absolutely broken and mad. And what follows are a lot of Radagon references that fit to the same story. And the first we get here are some items and merchants. Yeah. For example, the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 3, which contains a lot of poison-related items, but also the pickled turtleneck, which I haven't discussed in detail yet, but it's appears often in a stack of 3. So connected to the number 3 in a lot of locations as a sign of bad omen. I think it's also symbolic for some kind of trap or trickery, because you find these kind of often at traps. Even the bandit mask is related to poison, as it provides some protection against poison. Yeah, and we have the fire theme as well. Again, poison and fire. Flame chariots are mentioned here. Poison related items. And the poison theme even goes on.
There's no mistake, is there?
Death has left its mark once again.
Did he just say there's no mistake? Is there? What does he mean?
Ah, a tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further. The village here has been touched by death. Turn back.
Oh, I've missed the last rites dialogue. Usually he's saying even more in regard to the last rites that he's not able to give the corpse. So the thing in regard to the pickled turtleneck is, you know, I just admit that I don't know in which way they might use it in a symbolic way. So what I'm doing is I look at every single location where a pickled turtleneck appear, and I just realized that it appears. It's not often placed. There are like only like 6 locations, I think, or so. Maybe 1 or 2 more or less. But more than half of the locations are traps. So most places in which pickled turtlenecks are placed are traps, actually. So I start to realize that it might contain some symbolic meaning when it comes to yeah, like trap someone, ambush someone, or betray someone, or yeah, even would fit. It would even fit the theme of poisoning someone secretly. And I think that's what it's about in the end. I think it's not just about trapping someone. It would fit the story of Radagon poisoning Godfrey secretly, and yeah, and I think that's also the reason why they put the pickled turtleneck together with poison-related items in this cookbook. And we even should have... Yeah, there are 3 turtles here over here. Again, maybe as a sign of bad omen. Something that takes time. Something that takes time. That is what the turtles are some means. They are using the turtles, the NPC turtles, as in a symbolic way for something that takes time. So it's about the story of the tarnish being poisoned, and which just takes some time until they start dying. What are the places that are not traps? In the places where the pickled turtleneck are not directly placed near traps, I think they're not much. They're just 1 or 2 maybe. It's the opposite. It contains the meaning of a trap, and it is referencing circumstances with this meaning. One of them is right in front of the big Godfrey painting in Stormvale, for example. And in this room are 3 pickled turtlenecks placed. pretty much in front of the Godfrey painting. And in this case, it's not directly a trap, but I think it's referring to Godfrey being trapped and poisoned. So, you know? I think what they're doing is they use items or even words in a specific way, and you can figuring it out by looking at in what context it is used most of the time. But in those situations where it is a little bit odd or not fitting, they are it still contains this meaning, but you have to interpret it in the new context. The same thing is it's the same thing what I've done with the prophecy, for example. So when you take the meaning of the prophecy, you start realizing that it's in every single item description, the prophecy is about the same prophecy, and it's about the burning of the Earth Tree. But then comes a moment, or one single item is a little bit odd in this when it comes about the prophecy, and it's the painting. So the painting prophecy is the only one that doesn't really fit, and from there on you have to take the meaning that you figured out before with the majority of situations where it appears, and you have to interpret, and you have to take this meaning and interpret it in the odd place, which seems a bit strange. I don't know if that makes all sense to you, but this is how I work, and it seems to, yeah. I think it works. Think of it like this: when you have 5 out of 6 description describing the same prophecy about the burning of the Earth Tree, then you can consider that it actually has the same meaning the 6th time when it is mentioned. And from there on, you have to interpret it in the strange context that it appears, though. So that's what I did with the prophecy. You have to interpret it in connection to the chapter of anticipation. What does the chapter of anticipation has to do with the burning of the Earth Tree? Then you interpret it and in the right way, hopefully, and yeah. My conclusion was that it's about us who is supposed to burn the Earth Tree. And I think these anomalies are intentionally, because it's supposed to be strange, because it is supposed to make you think about it. What do you think of the bell-bearing hunter, the Judge of Vows? I don't know. Thanks, Andrew. I think but also there lies the problem, because people think that one exception rules out the possibility of this meaning. So when you have like 5 out of 6 description where it is about the prophecy mentioning uh, um, or more even bigger. Imagine you have like 99 out of 100 description are speaking out the prophecy in connection to the burning of the Urge Tree. But then it come one item description where it's not that obvious. Most in the community would then say, hey, we have here one description that seems not to reference the prophecy in the same way, so we can't consider it being the same in all cases. You know what I mean? It just, the exceptions are, you have, it's just that I think you have to consider that the, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. 99 Luftballons, yes. Oh my god. Such a bad song. I've never realized they have this red animation. They always had this red animation? I'm not doing that much damage. The exception doesn't make the rule. What's that? What does that mean? The exception proves the rule. Yeah, that's the idiom, right?
Another fool who won't listen to reason, eh? But with a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their Deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you? Very well. Show me your map. Of I've marked the location for you of a hidden gateway. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Yeah, cruel parts. That's exactly it. I think it's a lot about recognizing broader patterns and also make use of them. Do you think Gurung wants to replace D because one of them attacked via Godwyn? Or I don't know. I don't know if there's more to it. Maybe it's part of the parallel. I don't know.
I have a matter of... I spotted the mark of the centipede. An ill omen symbol that someone or something must.
Three mushrooms, maybe as a sign of bad omen, and mushroom again as a reference to poison or what? I'm still not convinced yet, but it seems to me that mushrooms might be a reference to poison or rot. It has to be a really great YouTuber mentioning something like that. Okay, what else do we have here? So, okay, as I said before, Godfrey coded up until the bridge, then it starts to getting Radagon coded and poison coded, especially in particular. Pickled turtleneck and poison related items. And so it's not just poison coded, but incredibly turtle coded as well. We had I think there's some of the turtle symbolism is strongly tied to the poison theme in this area, because it's about something that takes time. That is what the turtle NPCs are symbolizing, and it also makes sense in some other situations. So poison takes some time, and you have to wait for it until it actually has the effect you are aiming for. So we had like 3 turtles over here right next to the merchant that has the recipe for pickled turtleneck and poison related items. And in this rune we also have a spot with incredibly with a lot of turtles in here. Because this is also the place where we get the what the fuck? Hello? My boy? This is also the place and the spot where we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where we get the green turtle talisman. And there's also something going on with the color green. I'm not sure if green is in general maybe associated with poison. I'm not convinced yet, but it's something that I have in mind. Especially because, for example, there are... Is it the... Do I have those? No. In the poison grease, for example, it's even highlighted with the words that the color is poison green. So there's the connection between the color green and poison is highlighted there. I don't know if it's in general related, that everywhere where the color green appears that it might be related to poison. I'm not convinced of this yet, but maybe. It is associated with poison in-game. Look at poison inflicting arrows. Green bodies of water on the map. Green bodies of water on the map? What do you mean? Down south? Do you mean the poison swarms? Yeah, this one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, okay, we have the poison and the turtle symbolism over here, all over the place. Probably just the theme of poison that takes time until it actually kills the victim. And we end up with a smoldering church and the stone monument, speaking of Godfrey's lost grace, and in front of it we have the Anastasia, the Tarnished Eater. And we also have the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 14 with, again, poison-related items. So we have, again, some poisonous theme going on here. Ouch. Oh my god. She's doing damage. The thrusting attack is incredible. She bites, yeah. So. Yeah, I just picked up poison related recipes. The left one is the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 14. It's this one, and it contains the recipe for poison pot, rope poison pot, poison bone dart. So again, we have poison related items. The whole road is poison coated. And it's kind of incredible that we have in the end even the stone And I think that's the reason why we have the stone settlement mentioning Godfrey's Lost Grace here, because it's all relating. The whole road is, for the most part at least, thematically tied to Godfrey's banishment and the Tarnished being poisoned. You don't have, and that's again, it's all designed in a literary way and not have to take that literal. So it doesn't have to mean that the Tarnished went exactly this route and to Caelid. It's just thematically designed in a literary way in this order, you know? What's interesting is when you now, when you from here go south to the Third Church of America, also mentioning Godfrey's banishment, you even find one more item related to poison. Even the road here is coated with poison. It's not much, but it's just really interesting that the poison theme is continuing down this road. And it's the one over there. It's just a really small item, but it's also poison coated. It's this one. Some kind of accident. Neutralizing boluses. Again, poison related item. And then you end up in the Third Church of America with the echoes speaking of the banishment. Could the dining room at Stormville mean to represent the poisoning too? If it took a while, might have happened there on their way to Morn. I'm not sure which dining room you're referring to. Probably the one with the America's... What is it called? America's Mischief? Just let's just wait until I'm there. I mean, this Godwyn Run is also some kind of commentary. I don't want to compare too much to Jake is a Mimic's commentary, but you know what I mean. In a similar way, I'm just. I haven't watched his videos. I don't know how he's commentating his walkthrough, but yeah. Let's just wait until I'm there. It's just fun to discuss the things and how I might be even interesting to you guys to give you some insights how I walk through the Lands Between and how I try to interpret the environmental details, I think. And it helps me to learn to speak freely too. I don't have anyone to talk to about this stuff. I feel you, Andrew. I feel you. The whole reason why I start, it's one of the things that I enjoy streaming, because there are guys like you out there that enjoy to chat a bit about these topics as well. Otherwise, I don't have many people. I mean, there are some people on one or two Discord servers that I could speak to, but the views and the perspectives just differ too much that the discussions in most cases lead nowhere, or are not just not that productive, or just have no results in the end. I'm also wondering why we have like two different types of dragonflies, and if they are referring to poison as well, and if that's why they are sometimes green. I mean, they are definitely poison related because in the description mentions them in connection to curing one of poison. And this is one of the rare Pava's cookbook related to Centrina. I'm not sure if we are supposed to draw some conclusions here. I think the whole mist, fog, or haze means also something like mist or fog, right? It's just a little bit confusing that there are three different terms for fog. I think in German we all just have one word for it. Or maybe two, but we are the only haze. Yeah, what does haze mean? Well, just pick that one up. Okay, yeah. It's similar to mist, right? Fog or mist is water in the air, and haze is not. Oh, okay. So fog or mist is more weather related probably. And haze is just okay, I think I got it. Yeah, it fits the German terms actually. I just realized that. It's just interesting because I think the again, when we start to analyzing themes, to me it seems like fog, mist, or even haze. It seems to be always related to sleep. When we are walking through the when we're crossing the fog, I think it's symbolizing reawakening. And there's a lot of cut content where sleep, the connection between sleep and some kind of mist is even more highlighted. And maybe the corpse is looking at these woods because they are the mist woods. And probably that's also the reason why we get Centrina related items from the nomadic merchant in there. So it seems a little bit Centrina sleep coded. We have Feather's cookbook with a corpse looking to the mistwoods. The mistwoods in general have the term mist in them, and the nomadic merchant is also has also some I think 2 items related to sleep. He's selling Centrina lilies and he's selling Centrina arrows. The events of that night are just a haze to me now. Would be interesting if there's some kind of idiom or metaphor somewhere in any dialogue hidden in that way. Yeah. Not sure. Maybe the whole Mistwoods are some kind of microcosm. Not entirely sure yet, but it's definitely some kind of sleep coded here with the whole Centrina items, the mist, and the Feather's cookbook pointing towards the Mistwoods. But I think we are now done. Here. The Mistwoods does eventually fall. Some say fall asleep. The funny thing is, I wasn't even at the Roundtable Hold. We explored the whole Limgrave. Because I'm almost never using this one, I will use this one right now. Yeah, and do we have everything? Oh no, the Waypoint Ruins are the last. No, there are 2 more areas we have not explored yet. We're still missing. I have to take the painting over here. There's a cave over there. Yeah, and the Waypoint Ruins. So And then we are heading towards Stormvale. And then I try to discuss some details that I have noticed. So, but we got it's weekend time, so if you guys still there, I might stream a little bit longer today. Do you think there's any significance to the Centrina flowers being so different in the lands between compared to the Shadowlands when it comes to your Shadowlands dream theory? In which way are they different in the lands of Shadow? I never noticed how he's actually drawing. He moves his hand like he's drawing a painting. Is he doing this every time? No, he's not. I've seen him doing other gestures, I think, as well in other places. They are super purple in the Shadowlands. Oh, that's what you mean. I just think. So what I've noticed is there is a lot of there are a lot of things in the DLC which seem to re-emphasize some themes of the base game. If re-emphasize is a term, I don't know. So they were taking specific themes from the base game and were somewhat emphasizing and highlighting them in a more direct way again, it seems to me. So I think they just wanted to introduce something new, but also emphasize things from the base game again. So what they did, in my opinion, is they took the theme of sleep, but wanted to reintroduce it in a new way, and they came up with Eternal Sleep and a more deep purple. There's nothing specific that I have in mind yet. And it's not just the sleep theme, there are other things going on. For example, the whole the relationships between ice, storm and lightning is highlighted in Ballarat, but we already had a character that is connected to all of those three themes, and it's Niall in Storm and in Castle Sol. He already connected those themes because he is connected to the theme of storm, ice, and lightning. And it might even be that his helmet and the theme of lions is also referenced in Niall. So we already had these connections in the base game. They were just taking these themes and were emphasizing them in a more bigger way in the DLC. That's what I think they were doing there regarding some thematic connections. Be right back. I have to take out my contact lenses. They are just a little bit dry. I do find it interesting that there's eternal sleep in the Shadowlands, the land of death, in a world that no longer has the concept of death, people who yearn for rest. Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe if even fits the Land of Shadow pretty well, actually. I mean, if we are thinking of a place where the dead are suppressed, eternal sleep as a theme fits pretty well. There are more locations with sleep related crabs than you think. There are at least 3 locations. This is one of the places where I realized that they designed some things really deliberately. Because these gravestones were put here very intentionally. They put in these gravestones just for the painting. Because when you look at them from the outside, there are no gravestones around here. Nowhere at all. They were deliberately placed here just for the painting. It's kind of insane. So they really care for detail. Still very different from the prevalence of, say, rot. Yeah, that's true. Oh wait, I was here before. I didn't. Have I picked up any item?
tarnished, are we? No wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here?
What does happen when I say never mind?
Really? It's not every day I meet a tarnished just milling about.
What does what does milling mean? Oh, okay.
What is it now? You are quite the enigma, aren't you?
Wow. You know, this line was pretty interesting because this is not the first time that I heard it. She's just called us an enigma, and she's not the only one that's saying this. Banal is saying the same thing.
What is it now? You are quite the enigma, aren't you?
Dass wir ein richtiges. Oh, I'm speaking German. Enigma means like something like a puzzle, right? As far as I know. Riddle, yeah. I think it's the whole story, you know, like, yeah, we are tarnished of no renown, but for some reason everyone else is like an important character. And I mean, for the community, it should be, we are somewhat like an enigma. It's just really interesting because, I mean, you could say, okay, it's just one dialogue line, but it's not the only time. Knight Bernal is saying the same thing. When you, in a specific situation, I think when he's killing you, I'm not sure, or was it when we are killing him? I'm not sure. When you fight Bernal, there's a situation where he says the same thing, that we are quite an enigma. And I think it's in both cases, especially because it appears twice. It's supposed to be an allusion that our whole existence here is an enigma.
What is it now?
I have to, in these situations, what I'm doing is, pulling up my text dump and check all the text data for this one term, just to check if there are several situations where this might be referenced. Oh, there are actually 3. No, okay, there are just these 2. But never mind. Okay, once it's Bernal, and one it's Selen. Bernal says, "You are an enigma to be certain." When we kill him, I think.
A yen for Glyn. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh well, perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me?
Yeah, and this is how it goes. This is how I dig deeper and deeper and deeper with every run that I do. More details are becoming clearer and clearer. Well, that's true, Cruel Pulse. They both somewhat serve as mentors.
Well, you are a piece of work. Very well. You are now my protege in Glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle.
Oh, that's a really good observation there.
Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
I mean, in form of parallels, they both would represent Marika and Godfrey. Yeah. Are they... Do they both know your potential to follow blind faith? Oh yeah, that's true, because she was mentioning to choose the master wisely. Interesting thematic connections.
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning?
Facing your ignorance, guys. That's what the community should do, in my opinion. Or at least the Elden Ring Lore Talk subreddit. That I have bad... yeah, it's somewhat personal. Hey, I have to say, there are some similarities that you just pointed out, not me. What I noted was just the Enigma thing that just completely blew my mind right now. But you guys were just pointing it incredibly well out that there are way more similarities between them than I thought. And you're completely right. They serve like both as like yeah, really teachers in their respective arts. But you gave the tip off. Yeah, but this is how it works. This is how we're digging deeper and deeper and deeper. Just all these similarities to recognize them, and yeah, interesting stuff. I think
You wish to continue the very well.
I think we have to buy some of those sorceries to get more out of her.
You wish to continue very well.
To get more dialogue. At some point she's starting to speaking about the amber of the stars.
You wish very well.
I just would be careful to go too far with their similarities. But it's definitely interesting that both of them are like really core teachers. Like one of them, Bernal, is like the teacher when it comes to battle arts, and she is the teacher when it comes to sorceries in the starting area. Yeah, but you're right. It's a good idea to continue this chain of thoughts. So, about glintstone sorcery.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days. You wish to continue very well.
Does she have even more dialogue lines?
You wish to very well.
I think she might even have more when we bought all of those sorceries.
You wish very well.
Okay, one more to go.
You wish to very well. Your appetite for learning is impressive. You make me proud to have grown little legs so readily. You must have a fabulous teacher.
It's kind of incredible how Bernal and Selen probably not only are our teachers, but are also somewhat our parents. When it comes to Bernal, it's even more obvious because Bernal Bernal speaks of what is it called? The idiom of giving the torch to the next person. I don't know what the verb is that he's using, but landing the torch, bearing the torch. I don't know. No. Hey, Blofeld. Pass the torch, yeah. Bernal is saying something like that we are a good tarnish to pass the torch onto. You know, like a father would do to the with the son, maybe.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well.
There's some other things that I think are somewhat interesting. She is speaking a lot about titpoles and growing legs. The metaphors she's using are interestingly related to, yeah, to, I don't know, amphibic beings. But damn, is it interesting that both of them are calling us an enigma. Contributed to my theory on Albinaurics, I think. Yeah, maybe. That's what I had in mind. What I associated it at first too. Comparisons to titballs and growing legs. Sounds a bit like a nod to Albinaurics. Oh. Gotta go. Have a good weekend. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for you guys coming by, Cruel. So, have a good day or a good evening, wherever you are. And yes, see you next time. You think people are making mistakes when it comes to Albinaurics? Or theories about Albinaurics? Go with it, Andrew. Tell us, what do you think? This is one of those spots that I'm convinced are again a reference to something that but I don't know to what. It's just one turtleneck meat. High Road Cave. So I think Albinaurics are more of a... I don't know what progeny means actually, but... Could it be the other way around as well? Like... Couldn't be the other way around, like, that the Albinaurics are indeed artificial, but maybe the demigods are artificial beings as well? Or at least not natural born. I mean, that's what we would call artificial. Okay, I have to say I'm not familiar with tarnished archaeologists' theories. Golden Room 1. let's go. Basically, within the Golden Order, there's no... I would even agree on this one, I think. Isn't there even an item mentioning... I don't know the actual... I can't remember the actual wording, but it was something like... in the past when... Wasn't it even the Rainbow Stones? Yes, once used to entertain children on the fringes of the lands between. It sounds a little bit like this was only the case in the past, and not in the present. That's at least something that that convinced me that the circumstances regarding birth might be different in the present. So I just wanted to say that I'm kind of with you when it comes to the Golden Order, and that there's probably no natural birth more present. Rayas? You mean Rhea? Or Raya? Is she called Raya or Rhea? This is interesting. It seems like there's something going on in this area in form of... It seems to reference some big event of the past. They placed 3 smithing stones here. Probably again as a sign of bad omen. So... what if... what if it is referring to some kind of death to someone? Yeah, Zoraya. Isn't Millicent using a Shamshir? Okay, yeah. It's funny how they eat their own limbs to heal themselves. Likely aristocrat. Arms? It's incredibly intriguing because there's one little detail that there's, interestingly, this green blunt glintstone over there. It's just one tiny spot. I don't know why they placed just this one little spot over there. It's the same you can find at the ruins, ruin-strewed cliffs, or what they're called, at, between Altus and Leonia. There you have a lot of them, but this in here in this cave you just have this one little tiny spot over there. Probably because it's these caves relates to the same era. Whoa, okay. I didn't expect it to kill him that quickly. So, but now we are done. We're done with Limgrave, and next we are heading towards Stormvale. I will make a short break, and but I will continue to stream later on, probably, because yeah, it's weekend. Why not? But it's also better to separate some parts. I've already streamed some hours. So guys, I'll do a break now, and probably come back online later. Maybe in an hour or so. And then we will continue with the Godwyn Run. Bye bye guys.